Those first 400 bites of mud were not so good. Maybe the next one will be better. Or maybe they won't. Greetings, Wanderers. You're back with more AI Limit, and we're just gonna right into it this time. No BS. Brought to you by an OBS. I'm not paid by OBS. I don't know why I said that. But if I can't run the ads, why don't I just be an ad, right? Oh, God. All right. I last played this last week when I was extremely exhausted. Frankly, I shouldn't have streamed at all. You know, whatever. That's the breaks. No, I didn't go this way. I'll be playing this for maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And then I'm gonna switch over to East Origins, as I want to definitely get back into that. So, okay, so I learned that this place, the Withered Forest, is an optional area. And I definitely want to clear this. Hopefully I can clear it tonight. If not, it's fine. Let's go straight in. Ethereum Tech. This property belongs to the Boltz family, Birch Garden Artificial Forest Institute. So everything is post-apocalyptic. I am a true anime girl. Funny. This new weapon, that's right. Wait, no, this is my old weapon. I have a new weapon. What did I have? Oh, that's right, this thing. I don't think I upgraded it. No, definitely not. Okay. Once I get some more materials, definitely upgrade this. Upgrade this spear, which I got from the Cleansing Knight. It's the hardest boss so far. Jeez. A little rusty, completely. Very far. Okay. All right. Building bleed stacks on me. Sucks. Sucks real bad. I still got that magic Puri touch. Luminous carbon, which is what I definitely want. Which way do I go? It's down, left, and right. Left looks like it goes down, so let's go right. Might be able to backstab. Yes. Oh, wow. I didn't know they could jump like that. Luminous diamonds. And an item for my troubles. Antidotes. little lag there. I know they updated the game recently. And it sounds like... Whoa. Oh, Jesus. Okay. The Wine updated some more. Now I thought... Oh. Some of the voices sound kind of more quality than Arissa's. It turns out, it is in fact the case. And the developers working on a fix, which is good. Gotcha. I don't know mud balls, but I have salted mud ball. Try to hold on to my heels. Ah, good. Poison water. That's fantastic. Let me make sure. Okay, I got it. That's... Suing. 3 tips for hunters. Number 1. Explosions and slashes work well. Bullets won't help. Number 2. Stay away from mud. Scout carefully. And outnumber enemies. Number 3. Gather crystals, claws, and teeth. Not shells. They can't be processed. Number 4. Meet an unidentified entity. Run. Is that what these guys are? Hunters? They kind of resemble that guy that lost his legs. Oh boy, okay. There's a fish in there too. Does it give me resist? Let me accumulate. Okay. I think this gives me resist. Oh, it doesn't. If it does, it's very minimal. Okay. No. Okay. Okay, this is not good. Luckily, I have gun. Or had gun. That didn't hit him. That hit him. No damage though. I'm gonna have to invest more into my magic. Okay, let's just kill him. What? Just lock on. Okay. Poison. Yep. I know. Jesus. Yeah, I gotcha. Poison. Yep. I know. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. All right. Okay, buddy. One of these. There we go. Phosphorus starts. And my assumption is these are weak to fire. It's not people. It's not a Souls-like without there being a fucking poison area. Hopefully there's a branch. Yes. Excellent. Oh, and a merchant. Okay, so not enough to level. It's fine. Let's see what we got here. Goggles. Fixins, liquid spills and glaring experiments. I don't know about that, but I will buy them. Definitely. Yes. I'm curious if I can give that guy his mud ball requested. So let's go. I think it's this one. Okay. Last time, as I mentioned, there was a see here who lost his legs. Oh no, this is where Shirley was. Okay, means this is a different one. This one. Hopefully I didn't. Now these games can their quest lines can be kind of vague for good reason. Maybe not so good reason. But they can also progress as I feared they would. Okay, he's not here. He was sitting right. And now he's gone. Hopefully that didn't fail his quest. Because he did ask me for a mud ball, and I didn't have any, because I ate them. Okay. Deadwoods. What do these goggles give? A marginal amount of poison resist. Oh yeah, now I'm cool. Do I have any poison resist? White Spur. Oh, the Traveler's outfit. It's good. Poison resist. I don't know how much of a difference it's gonna make, but I just do it for fashion. Okay, I went this way. Goes behind the gates. Okay, so with those guys, I guess when they look at you, you get a lead. Nice. Slice. Let's go behind the gate. See where that goes first. Might be catching something. Let's just how do I pass this? Bye bye. Hello. I did not mean to do that. I'm dead. Oh my god. It always does this. It always defaults to the self-bleed. There we go. He fell. Good. And he is dead. Shortcut. Oh, up in the trees. The trees. God, he's very big. He's very slow. Oh. What are these guys? Mechanical parts. They look cool. Oh, let me see. Whoa! Oh! There we go. Tape, money. Oh, he's dead. I thought that was a... Let me see. Need to explore up here. Wondering if there's more ladders I can kick down. Oh, hello. They mourned lost their friend. I'm gonna send it to him. Oh, he wasn't dead. Well, he's dead now. Oops. Nah, nothing. Okay. So what I'm wanting to do is to clear everything that isn't in the fucking poison water. Can I jump and then attack? Oh, nice, I can. Not very strong, but... Oh, you got moves! And now you're dead.
Must be opened from the other side.
Can I fall over there? Maybe? Let's go up. All yes, okay, great. I almost fell. Deadwood form. Increase all resist. Okay, that would be nice. Once I get to a branch, I'll take a look at that. Dead end. And down. Poison. Jeez. Okay. I don't want to wait. Let's just go in. These filthy snails. Oh, and they apply poison. That's good. That's excellent. How does he like gun? Did nothing. That did absolutely nothing. Okay. Let's eat some mud. A bunch of poison. Alright. Oh! Jesus. Okay, it's one down. They just spam poison. Oh my god, that's so much. Okay. I know I'm poisoned. I know. It's gonna be fucking annoying, isn't it? Go ahead. Big one's down, which is fine. I'm not taking any damage. There we go. Okay, so it's all resonance, which is good. That's what I need for the goat girl. I don't remember her name. It gives me spells. Purple. That means equipment. Let's see, I got one Estus left. Sneak. Fuck. Oh no! Oh, he's got follow-ups, okay. There goes that Estus. Monument. Science is a tool, not a belief. Just as life emerges from calculations, not designs. Okay. I mocked Arissa before for not knowing what's going on. Now I know why she's always so confused. Because I don't know what's going on. Terra Inferno. New spell. Inject mud into the ground as it spread fiery explosions. That's right, I can actually heal myself with this. There's a lot of sync, but as long as I'm kicking ass, it won't matter. A branch. Perfect. I'm gonna trigger this, but I'm not gonna rest. There's one more little area over there I want to check. This way. Oh boy, okay. Big boy. Big boys aren't that scary. They are slow. Oh, and he's in a parry. Gotcha. You thought. Salted mud balls. Oh my god! Magic attack. Okay, let's see how much this heals before. Let's spell. That's a sizable amount. Okay, that's a fair amount. Definitely give me some longevity. Oh, hello. Smoke bombs. Oh, jump down. Come here. I don't think I can make that jump, so. Another branch. Very nice. Didn't expect them to be so close to each other. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, let's get the fuck out. Want to heal. Okay, and I got a new seal. Now, this is the spell power. Seal, but 18% less damage from poison, piercing, infection. Would be nice to have. Did I not get a new seal? What life form? Interesting. I just realized Arissa's made out of mud, apparently. Okay. Seal of Pilgrim. I guess not. Is it what? Ah, okay, it's one of these. Okay. I'll resist 30. That's actually pretty good. Ooh, dedicated poison resist though, but it should be fine. like the silica, but I might go get another boss weapon. Is a Night Lance and strength. Let's upgrade this, see how strong it gets. I don't remember its weapon art. Let's see. Lightning damage, that's right. Okay. Let's go. This is the Trestle, the other one was the Foothills. Let's go buy some of the others. Goodness. Okay. Robots. Give me my boss weapon.
Greetings, stranger.
The Scrap Lance. Let's try this as well. This has a current B strength.
Transaction
Scaling. And a higher base. Push forward, full speed, Lance race forward. Find the enemy along the way. Okay, pretty standard halberd attack set. Okay, that's really cool. Maybe we'll use that one instead. The other one is nice, but I'm not sure on the efficiency of adding lightning to your weapon yet. Especially one that doesn't have any spirit scaling. 08. Okay. Okay, so the other one's gonna have a higher base damage, which is worth something. So I can incur a lot of stagger. It's charged though. 221. That's level 3. Oh, actually, this is just been pumping these as well. Let's do this one more time. Lance. Force 238. Okay. And no carbon. I think I can buy more, but you get a shit ton just from exploring, so I'm not gonna bother. Alright. Play around with this halberd a bit. Given that this is previous, or the previous branch, we'll explore this way instead. The good thing that I chose to do this area Not just because it's optional, but because I fucking hate poison areas. This is everyone else. Shit. Okay. No antidotes. It's not good. Let's go buy some more. Buy a whole bunch. Sell my goods. Tape player. $22.50 souls. Not bad. It doesn't help that antidotes are really expensive. Sucks. Sucks, man. I suppose I should go escape this. All this fucking... I want that ladder, but... I went that way. Let's go this way. Lots of fragments. Oh my god. Okay. That is. Might be more effective than the greatsword. Oh Jesus, okay. It's my mud ball. Alien Queen. Got you. Pop these pimples. Alright. Chest. Hunter armor. What's it look like? Wait, Hunter's Guild. Okay, that's what that legless guy belonged to. Zilla offers limited protections. Necro attacks, more of a psychological reassurance. Oh, okay then. Okay, what is it? Okay, so there's better poison resist. The hunters. And by pure confidence. What was... Oh shit, okay. Oh. This diamond. Good, okay. Wait, it's down. It's fine. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, this charge is way better than the, I guess they're actually kind of the same. The greatsword attack knocks them down first, and then knocks them back. But it takes forever to wind up. Okay, I think this is the only way I can go. Can't kill that spearman yet. That's where I came from. Oh, here he is again. No! Easy there. I get too excited. It's that way. I'm assuming this is the way. Just drop down. Drop down in a chest. Okay. Let's go the other way first. Otherwise, I'll have to run all the way back. This time. Oh, nice. Ow. Dick. Now that thrust is kind of wonky. There's a downside from the greatsword moveset. Gotta be real precise. I want this chest. It's here. Let's try two-hand. Raincoat. Made a waterproof material. It's commonly used to protect the wearer against the mud rain formed by the seepage in the mud lake at the top. Oh. Like that. Good fashion, good fashion. Put that on. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Best outfit. Doesn't fit. That's alright. There we go. I'm gonna stick with my hunter armor for now. Just for the poison resist. Fuck this place. Did I make that jump? I'm gonna try. Oh no, there's an invisible wall. Fuck. Sucks, okay. Okay, the poison resist actually makes a big difference. Noticeably taking a lot longer to get poisoned. Very nice. And I'm taking less damage. Oh my good god. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Oh no. This does not bode well for the Force Survivor. Oh. Okay, we're good. Oh. We're good. Fuck. Okay, there he is. Let me take a breather. 3 different status effects. That must have done. 56. Oh my goodness. I'm infected. He breathes fire? That's what? There we go. Good God. Jeez. Road sign? What? Wait, what is that? Made of a special lightweight alloy from the bolt. It's like them waiting. It's literally just a sign, a stop sign. At least it spins the air for a circle, horses on the ground. Alright. New weapon unlocked. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Maybe I'll use that. Stick with the halberd for now. Or sorry, scrap lance. pure crystal. Is that sound always there? Like gurgling coming from the poison. Okay, this way. No, I did not. Street floor. What I did come from this way, I think. Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh, I was this way, I just didn't. Oh, oh no. Oh. From some of the stop sign. Was... I got no sync. Oh, now I'm fucking dead. Think. Motherfucker. Okay, that's fine. I'm done with that area anyway. What's the scaling on this? Got a huge strength requirement. $256, 125. Okay, that's at rank 7. This is at rank 5 and already at 255. What am I doing? I usually love my great swords, but damn. Where's don't lie? Scrap lance is strong. What about this roadside? Can't find out yet. Did I cultivate my branch last time? I don't remember. I did, okay. More mud balls. Plus. Significantly. Okay. Explored that part of the poison, so I think that's it, other than the treetops. That's the only part I'm missing. Well, there was a way up. I just don't remember where. It might have been this way. Here. Yeah, it was here. Okay. Back on track. Well, there was an item that I missed somewhere up in the treetops. I think it was this way. Oh, well. That's good. Can I cross those? Or to try? Nope. Think. Okay. You're not tightrope walking this game. That sucks. How am I supposed to get across? Must be another way. Ah. A storm has begun here. Hopefully the power's okay. There's a small chance I may suddenly lose connection, but worry not. There's a power outage. If it gets to be too much, I'll just stop streaming. God, okay. Much harder this time. I hate these range guys. I hate them so much. Dick. Gotcha. They just don't let up. What the fuck? Where is he? Oh, he's somewhere. I don't see him. Okay. It's apparent there's no way across, so... Which means, likely, one of the other branches is the way. Do I use this? There we are. I should be spending souls on stats, but... Oh, another blader. Another corrupted one. Wow, she jumps far. Reminds me of Elden Ring PvP all over again. Slow. Okay, alright. Okay. That's how it's gonna be. Weird bitch. God, I hate that it defaults to that spell. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. There we go. Jeez. Why? Not good. Corrupted Blader Swords. Zerger's Slash. I'm sure corrupted weapons are very strong. Relive memory.
My cover is blown already. How exactly did they figure out I'm not a human? I can't go back to the guild right now. Now I should lay low and make plans once things settle down. Just hope the Necros won't find this place.
Brief polymerization. Increases user's shatter defense. This may be in the next wave 4. Let's find the other one. The area's not going anywhere, so. Oh, yeah.
Run! Run down the mountain! I can't protect you while fighting something like that. Just run!
But you...
I must stop it here. Don't worry, Delpha. We'll meet again.
Two katanas. Alpha. We're stealing that attacks. Okay, so she knew Delpha, the soul guy. Okay. This area could be important, so right back in just a second. Okay. Sorry about that. Greenhouse Arboretum. Arboretum. Arboretum? Well, if it's a greenhouse, it makes sense that Delpha worked here at some point. Him being the plant man. Looks like they were growing a tree. Multiple trees. Crystal Sprout. Ability Reconstruction is now available to branch. Ability Reconstruction allows you to reassign your attribute points. Oh, okay, respect. Ability Reconstruction is not consuming items. You may reassign your attribute points many times as you please to find. Cool. It's free. No need to farm souls or crystals, whatever the fuck it's called. Is there not a way in here? I see a branch. Okay. Equipment. Where? One entrance. No way in, but one entrance. Okay. And that's over there. Is there a way over there? Not from in here. Okay. So I was meant to come here first. It's good. Then I wasted my time. 1 second here. Okay. Check something. Let's just go. Yeah. Here we go. To the truth tops? Tree tops. Oh shit. Good. I mean good. Great. Great and good. Oh, that's where that, yeah, so here. Maybe a way. This way. Down there. Luckily they don't climb ladders. Okay, I've got this before. Jesus. Oh, God. We'll heal. I hate these guys. These guys so much. Spearman. He's dead. Okay. That's right. I went down there. It's this way. Antidote. Oh shit, is this a dead end? No, it's not. Okay. Fuck you. Bye-bye. Oh my, are you serious? Oh, hello. Oh, okay. Not in the tree, please. Yeah, please. This guy, man. Oh, this is the other side of the bridge. Nice. Okay. Wow, and this cubby is here specifically so he can push you into it. Do as he pleases. Okay. Mud ball. Anything else around here? Okay, good. Trick floats, huh? Of course. At least now I can kill all these range guys. Here, so it's this way. I don't think I've been this way. Definitely not. Okay. Backstab these big guys. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh god, okay. Oh god. Okay. Let's take a second here. I'm out of Estus too. This sucks. I'll fall. Please. I want to play the game too. Okay. That sucks, man. Sucks real bad. Okay, so what the fuck? Ooh. All right. I don't think that was the hunter I killed later. I didn't realize I had no Estus. Which, would have been nice. What time it is? Okay. At least we're a little here. Hopefully I can complete the area. Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. Again. Jeez, this is gonna be it, isn't it? Hopefully they can't climb ladders. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay. Okay. Come here. I'm sick of you. Here we are. Okay. And where's the drop down? Was it not? I fell for it again. Oh. Gotcha. Okay. Ladder, ladder, ladder. Ladder and drop. Finally. I see him this time. Not careful last time. Let's be careful this time. Nice. Very nice. I probably shouldn't have done that, but whatever. Having no sync rate sucks. Oh, it recharges up by itself. Okay. That changes things. Okay, yeah, I haven't been this way. This is the anime I was looking at. Salted mud ball and a shortcut. Nice. Okay, so it's at the branch of the merchant. Noted. You get up mud balls. Mud.
You're not welcome here.
Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. He's got a chainsaw. That's cool. I want that. Die. There's two of them? Oh no. There's three of them. Oh shit. I understand. Okay. Okay. Let's take a second here. Okay, that's fucking here. I'll be a fucking Gank Squad boss this early in the game. I did not want to use that at all. It's one dead. I'd like to heal. There we go. Okay, we have gun and claw. Go to forward. This ability is pretty fucking good. Maybe I should get into curse weapons. Holy shit! Oh! It's one more, of course. Right. Super aggro. We're going super aggro. Oh yeah. Fuck was that? There it is. Dead. Oh. Hunter blades. Oh, these are what's his nuts friends. Oh, I just killed them all. Oops. Sorry. Reckless spin. Actually, I know Gang Squad bosses usually get criticized for good reason. I always like them. I always like fighting Gang Squads. They always make for good practice for PvP. Not that there's PvP in this game. Oh, it's wait. I thought he had no legs.
It's you, Harissa. You got rid of those 4 wretches by yourself?
They attacked me first.
Don't worry. I'm not planning to avenge them. Survival of the fittest, you know? Now they only got their own imbecility to blame. But this is the end of the road. Guild headquarters is up ahead, and they aren't too keen on outsiders. Boring place, as I said before.
Your leg.
Oh, this?
Yeah, he was missing his
Got it
legs.
custom made by a skilled prosthetist.
Ah.
Not bad, huh? It's like 4 to 5 times stronger than a regular human leg.
Dang.
Do you want to keep hunting the Necros?
Of course.
Why are you so persistent?
What a dumb question. You're clearly not cut out to be a hunter.
Why?
Why?
Most people become hunters for 3 reasons. Money, pleasure, or vengeance. They are desperados. No matter what drives them, merely losing an arm or leg won't make them quit. We're fueled by our emotions and desires, unlike you.
Why did you become a hunter?
Me? Oh, I grew up here. Necros killed my parents when I was a kid, and a passing by hunter took me in.
So, you became a hunter for vengeance.
Who knows? They were just folks abandoned by the church. Even if they hadn't been killed, they wouldn't have lasted long. But vengeance is a solid reason, and hatred can be a powerful motivator. Or at least that's what the old man taught me.
That old man?
Well, my adoptive father, the president of the guild, a good-for-nothing jerk. Most of the crap he spouts is nonsense, but some of it stuck. The church and the Necros hold all the power, and that's why they control the rules in Havenswell. Humans? We're just sheep to be slaughtered. If the sheep want to fight back, they have to gain power at any cost.
Alright, Virgil.
Whether it's the church or the Necros. One day,
He sounds
I'll
familiar.
kick all those inhuman freaks out of this place. Alright. Enough chit-chat. Take this and
I can
pretend
look
we
up
never
his
had this
voice
little
actor.
chat.
Salt brick.
Go wherever you're supposed to go. Go wherever you're...
Okay. Maybe. Salt brick. Is that the cell? Oh, it is. Okay. Can't interact. Okay. My assumption is that was not the final boss of the area. Okay. That's my assumption. So we are still missing. We're still missing the entrance to the greenhouse. That's the way I came. Fucking dick. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Dead. That spell is really strong. I just don't like that it defaults to it, man. What the fuck? Okay. So. This is the closest to greenhouse, which means hopefully I can find another direction. Might be past these two monsters, these two Necros. He's got fire? What the fuck? Let's just keep going. Make sure my parry is equipped. Aha. Okay. That's not the way to go. There must be a path. There is. Okay. I don't think I went in that cave. Let's check this way as well. This might just be the wrench. This is just the way back. Big lightning. Here comes the thunder. It's kind of far, actually. If you can hear that turd. So there is a cave that I missed. I'm assuming is the way I'm supposed to go. We'll see. And hopefully it's the way through here. If not, then I'll just I guess I'll just switch to Ace. Here we go. I want him dead. Was it not this way? I think it was. Okay. I think I need to drop down over here somewhere. Down. Okay, yeah, I think I found it. Let's drop. Plunging. Thing is mad already. So what for? Didn't need to do that, but fuck him. Fuck him, buddy. I did not come in here. Okay. There's two of them even. Shit. Need to work fast. Ah, the soil. Good. Ow. Oh, there's no voodoo. Slows down poison. Oh, okay, nice. But there's no path. What the fuck? Well, maybe I need to go to another area. Loops around. Because I, for the life of me, can't figure out where I'm supposed to get into the greenhouse. That's fine. Unless I missed an earlier area. Okay. Okay, it's not a path. Sure. Oh, I almost have enough to level something. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hand in this soil to Delpha before I forget. And then we will switch to its origins. I feel like I've basically completed that area. It's just that greenhouse remains a conundrum. Delpha, you worked at the greenhouse.
You're back. Any new discoveries?
I found this.
Oh, this scent. I believe I've smelled it before.
I got it from the forest to the east of the sunken city.
Anyway, let's purify and analyze it first. As I suspected, this soil is contaminated with a toxin.
Toxin?
Decades ago, the Necros launched a massive assault on the Eastern Parish, leaving the land poisoned. Even now, it remains a forbidden zone. This toxin within the soil is similar to what the Necros employed back then. It's extremely dangerous, and I can't simply return it to you. I must neutralize it promptly. This is all I can give to you. I'm sorry, Arissa.
It's okay.
Oh,
You must
10 mud
have worked
balls.
hard
Okay.
to find it. I really appreciate your efforts. You're still heading back to the city, right? Please, do be careful. You're still heading back.
Okay. Oh no, no soil for another health charge. Or SS charge. Nothing. A shame. But I got a shit ton of mud balls. Which is good. Well, let me take a little intermission here, and I'm going to switch over to East. I've been itching to play that again. Take a few minutes, stretch your legs, you get something at the snack bar, and yeah, be right back. Okay. Your mission. Let's see if let's see if this game wants to play nice with OBS. There we go. Perfect. Let me just gather my bearings. It's been a since I played. Interesting. So I can switch those on the fly. Pushing it. Okay, so I need a key. Okay, the on the fly. Oh, 1 second here. I forgot to change my game. I don't want to fool anyone. On Twitch. Oops. Nice. Nice. Great. Okay. The on the fly spell changes. Really nice. Much better than running into my menu every time. And of course, we are playing as Unit Silva. Game takes place 600? Yeah, 600-ish years before East 1 and 2. And as the predecessors, ancestors of these 6 priests who help the goddesses. Okay. Oh, I'm dead! I wasn't paying attention to my HP. Dead. Okay. Okay, the wind, as much damage as the hammer does. I don't want to fight that. As much damage as the hammer does, the wind is a little safer to use. She finished worse. Maybe, though, if I'm careful, hammer is more efficient at killing. That big one does a lot of damage. And hammer. He spawns enemies too. Okay. I am fine. It doesn't help. It's a little hard to see when these guys are attacking. It's back in a second. I'm low HP, wouldn't be too reckless. What the fuck? That Yusha. Why'd you have to send me here of all places? Oh, Hugo, save me. Hugo. There's no Hugo, there's only Unica. Unica! Are you beasts? Where are your manners? Let me show you what happens when you mistreat a lady. Oh, shit, they're gonna mistreat me. Oh, fuck. Easy, easy. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, God. This one down. 2 down, sorry. 3 counts. I'm about to fucking die, though. There we go. Okay, we shoot 3 discs. 3. And you're dead. Whew. And I leveled. Nice. Take care of them. Are you okay? Musha, right? Yes. Thank you for rescuing me. No problemo. I'm just glad you're okay. I knew sorcerers supposed to be searching the lower floors, though. How come you're this far up the tower? Well, you're being chased by a big group of demons. They totally had us cornered, so we got out our crystals and went to safety. That's what I was trying to do anyway. I guess because I was so flustered, it lured me here instead. Oh, that's really unlucky. You don't think it's broken, do you? Well, I think it was just me messing up. This sort of thing happens all the time. I'm just accident prone, I guess. Oh, okay. I'm happy to say some good did come of it at least. I saw Lady Fina not far from here after I teleported. What? I tried calling out to her, but she didn't hear me. Then I tried to get closer, but she teleported away. Lady Fina was here. Unica. Sorry. I guess we have our confirmation then. And now that we know Lady Fina is here for sure, we do need to step up our efforts. Well, what do we have here? A couple of the goddess's lackeys. I suppose it was only a matter of time. Where did you come from? Wait, that outfit. Don't tell me you're... Who's this edgelord? Man with claws. And if he looks fit to do battle with even the weakest of demons tower has to offer. Otto wasn't exaggerating. 6 priests must have been hard up for nights indeed. You're with those other 2. Are you tailing Lady Fina then? Is that why you're here? So she's been spotted, has she? That's excellent news. I can't have gone far. I do enjoy when my enemies divulge information so readily. My orders are to kill you, but as a token of my thanks, I'll look the other way for now. Wait. If you want my advice, go back to Solomon's Shrine. People like you will not stop long down here. There he goes. What should we do? If we don't hurry, he'll capture Lady Fina. That was... Oh, nothing. I think I should warp back to base or report this to Father Superior. I doubt I'd be able to get much farther up the tower anyway, and I'm sure Cadena must be worried about me. Dina. Okay, I'm gonna keep at it, so give Father Superior my regards, and tell him I'm sorry. It was a really stupid thing for me to say. I may have placed Lady Fina in even more danger. No, Unica, it's not your fault. It was pure circumstance, and I'm sure Lady Fina will be just fine. Oh, and I almost forgot, you should take this with you. Dangerous to Gola. Take this, the Red Moon Crest. Assuming that goes in that statue from it. What is it? I'm not sure, but I found it nearby. I figure if it's actually useful, you need it more than I do. Thanks, I'll make sure I don't lose it. See you later, Unica. Take care, okay? Nina. Fucked up. I fucked up, Roy. That's what passes. These things hurt. These little red things specifically. I don't know if that fire actually hurts her. Maybe just a visual effect. Oh, that does hurt. Okay. Oh no. Okay, so I need to be careful with fire. This thing. Put the red moon crest in the altar. And open. Into a fire area. Okay, so it is the little flames that are burning me. I'm walking into them. Don't know. It's down here. Okay. Oh, your button. That raises that. Continue this way. That fire action kind of fucking hurts. Oh, and there's a chest down there. I hate that there's invisible walls. I can't jump over that shit. This is bad news. Yes, okay. Order, I guess. Yeah, I didn't mean to fall. That sucks. Okay. Back to this fucking level up. Okay. Yes. Ow. Wait a second. back up with the lift. Ow. These red slats are fucking annoying too. Are we just gonna run? Burst it out. Fuck those guys. Alright. Go that way. Is there another path across? Okay. Let's check it. Is this not lit? Maybe. Need the mask. Where is the mask? That was weird to run at high speeds. I didn't know I had that. What the fuck? Did I lose my mask? I could have swore I had an item that showed me secrets. Oh no, it's right there. Nothing. Okay. Just making sure. Regarding the statue. Nice. A new statue. Oh, can I get a blessing? Okay. But I did save. Oh, I should. You should just return here after botched transport. She says she saw Lady Fina in your general areas. Please keep an eye out for her. Bear in mind, we still know very little about our enemy's capabilities. Don't make any hasty moves. Okay. I just want to see what she has to say. This looks like a boss fight. Alright. Unica. Fina? Lady Fina. Thank goodness I found you before they did. What in the world are you doing here? I could ask you the same question. You two disappeared without a word to anyone. You've had me worried sick. I haven't been able to sleep at all since you left. My nights have been spent searching every corner of the shrine for you. Unica, I'm so sorry. I guess our leaving really has been a burden on everyone. No, it's okay. I mean, you're here now and you're safe. That's really all that matters. Where's Lady Rhea? I have a favor to ask of you, Unica. I'd like you to leave this whole matter in our hands. I'm truly, truly sorry. I wish I could tell you more, but it wouldn't be right of me to do so. I must simply ask that you trust us. Have faith in our decision. And please tell anyone else who came here with you to do the same. Lady Fina, why? Well, well. Seems our prey has finally been cornered. She woman. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Goddess of East. My name is Zava. Oh, Jesus, Zava. I'm a sorceress. And her Lord Dales. Dales, Rick. Her Lord Dales' orders. I've come to take you with me. We have business to discuss. Fuck that is, man. And dark fact. Little hit girl stops in the middle of the biggest, most open room around to chat with our target. I love it. I mean, seriously, it's like he wanted her to get caught. Where's the other one? The half-demon. Demon. What, you mean the Clawman? Clawman? He said since he found what we were looking for, he probably wasn't needed here, and then he just wandered off. Hardly appropriate behavior for a new recruit. No matter. She doesn't even walk 10 feet, she just teleports. Alright. So, you must be Lady Fina. Where, pray tell, might we find Lady Rhea? And does she have what we're looking for? I'm gonna assume it's that black orb. Not a talkative move, are you? It's quite alright. We'll make sure we give you plenty of time to tell us everything we need to know. Oh no, please show our guest to her chambers. You bet. So you're a goddess, huh? Guess that makes me a blasphemer, because I'm about to kidnap you. And you'd better behave yourself. Lady Fina. Get your filthy hands off her, you damn dirty apes. Oh, man. He just got bitch slapped. Might be time to run. I have a question for you, little girl. You know a man named Saul Tova? What? How do you know my dad's name? You are related. My name's Kishgal, and I'm the man who killed your father. What? You killed? Right around when your precious Solomon Shrine started making its ascent. 2 knights came down to the surface. I was leading a pack of demons nearby. Wound up engaged in battle with your old man no less than 3 times. You killed my... The first time, he was too strong for me. I had to retreat. The second time ended in a draw. But the third time, he never got back up again. Oh shit. How could you? Unicorn, I'm so sorry. What delicious drama. Each time I fought him, I felt as if I were getting stronger and stronger. He was the finest offer my blade has ever known. Dare you? How dare you hurt my dad? Blood of Tova truly runs through your veins. You should be able to avenge his death. Show me what you can do. Let me savor the moment when life and death meet one more time. Unica Dylan. Oh shit, okay. Alright, okay. Oh. Hit him. These crystals are staying up forever, okay. Yeah, I can't hurt him. Crystals do leave. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna die. Hurt him, though. Oh. That's with the crystals, man. Ice is on forever. What is that? Okay. It's gonna kill me. Maybe? Oh. I can? Oh, maybe I can't. Okay. Just say I can thread the needle. Oh, I was supposed to die. Okay. I've seen enough. It's pathetic. You're not fit to bear the Tova name. Unica. Your father was a respectable mage, and he wielded his greatsword as if it were a rapier. Expected a worthy opponent out of you. You're nothing more than a child playing in your daddy's shoes. These pathetic specimens are supposed to be the goddess's protectors, no? This one is clearly just wasting our time. Enter Kishgal. No, please wait. I'll come with you. I won't resist. Just please spare her life. Lady Fina. My, how touching. Did the master and servant form such a deep bond with one another? I would have thought this little insect could be worth much of anything to anyone. But no matter. Welcome a peaceful conclusion to this encounter. Her life shall be spared. Lady Fina. Thank you for coming, Unica. It means a lot to know you care so deeply for us. Please, take this with you. The harmonica! Isn't this... Yes, if you see Rhea, please make certain she gets it. Don't go with them, please. Parting is such a sweet sorrow. Let us be off. Lady Fina! I see the Holy Knights have finally made their appearance. Sadly for you, though, it's a bit too late. As much as I'd love to slaughter the lot of you right here and now, there's still much work to be done. I'm afraid I must bid you adieu. Like hell. Where'd they go? Damn. So close. Unica, alright? What happened here? Roy. Lady Fina, I'm so sorry. Fucked up. Search party's base. That's about the long and short of it. This is dire news indeed. It complicates matters greatly. I must admit it is quite shocking. Who would have believed we'd encounter Commander Tova's killer within these walls? Damn it all. The enemy was right in front of us. I can't believe we let him get away. We did all we could, Roy, and we're not finished yet. From what you're saying, it sounds like the Zava person is a pretty powerful sorceress. Counting the leader she mentioned and his so-called Clawman, we seem to be up against 5 people here. Who are they? I'm not sure, but they took Lady Fina, and right now that's all we need to know. Getting her back is priority 1. This all seems like some sort of nightmare. The whole world is changing around us. Father Superior, what is it? I've been hesitant to speak of this, but given what's transpired, I feel this information must be divulged now, as it may prove pertinent to these proceedings. I don't like the sound of this. What is it, Father? Please, listen closely, all of you. Lady Rhea and Lady Fina disappeared. The Black Pearl vanished along with them. I fucking knew it. Always the Black Pearl. A source of magic. It no longer sits upon its pedestal in Solomon's Shrine. What? No, it can't be true. I'm afraid it is. The 6th priest pulled me aside and quietly informed me of its absence. I was told to exercise discretion when sharing this. It was not to create further panic. Circumstances as they are. I don't even know what to say. This does raise a question, however. The Black Pearl is a source of all magic. Then how is it we're still able to use magic in its absence? Oh, yeah, that is a good question. Isn't the Black Pearl what lifted Solomon's Shrine to the sky too? How is it staying up there without its source of power? The Black Pearl transcends space. So long as it remains undamaged, its energy will continue to flow unabated. The real issue is that only the goddesses could have taken it from its chamber in the shrine. None but they have the ability to control it. That power is beyond even the 6 priests. Ergo, the goddesses must have brought it with them when they descended to the surface. And not even the priests can surmise what will become of it down here. This is all just too much. It does tell us one thing, though. Lady Fina obviously didn't have the Black Pearl with her. So that means it's most likely in Lady Rhea's possession right now. Ah, that's a good point. Indeed. And that's precisely why I felt it necessary to break my silence on the matter. We must certainly rescue Lady Fina from our foes, but finding Lady Rhea and the Black Pearl is of equal or even greater importance. I shudder to think what could happen should such a powerful object fall into the enemy's hands. You're kidding. While searching, please try to gather as much information as you can regarding the nature of the goddess's struggle. I fear that our troubles may run deeper than any of us can possibly comprehend. Ladies Rhea and Fina must have their reasons for stealing away here with the Black Pearl in tow, after all. Understood. You can count on the Holy Knights. We will assist in every way possible. And we sorcerers will focus our efforts out on the upper levels of the tower. Search for Lady Rhea. You wish to stay behind. Guess you finally started to realize just how reckless you've been. Yeah, I have. When I heard that man had killed my dad, I lost control of myself. I came here to protect the goddesses. But instead of protecting them, Lady Fina covered for me and got herself captured. That's not the sort of thing that should happen to a holy knight. I'm not ready. I'm not qualified to be here. What do you think, Commander? I think she's overstating things, but she's in poor spirits nonetheless. We shouldn't send her into combat like this. Indeed. This mood can only work to her detriment. You should stay here and rest a while to regain her composure. Utica, you are to remain on standby here at base. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Poor Utica. I would have lost my shit too. First, we learned that our enemy can control demons. Then they kidnapped Lady Fina. And now it turns out that the Black Pearl is missing from Solomon's Shrine. Things just keep going from bad to worse. Hey there, Utica. Hi, Dino. Glad to see you made it back to the tower in one piece. Glad to be back. It's quite unpleasant out there. With my scouting work done, it's finally time I join the search. But aren't we still missing that sorcerer? The one from House Fact? Hugo. You mean Hugo? He's already begun searching the tower on his own. Yes? Indeed, he's an interesting individual. Magic prodigy, to be sure, but it's more than just that. He said he could handle things in here by himself, and when he has his mind set on something, well, there's no stopping him. Okay. Maybe if he were there instead of me, Lady Fina wouldn't be in this mess. Well, we'll find out in the next playthrough, won't we? At any rate, with every memory of the search party accounted for, I'm free to participate myself, so wish me luck. Good luck then. How would the goddesses have taken the Black Pearl? I can't even imagine what sort of situation would be so dire as to warrant such bizarrely destructive behavior. There's one thing I can say for sure, though. I believe in Ladies Rhea and Fina with all my heart, and I'll do everything in my power to help them bring home safely. Safely. It makes you feel any better. I have doubts as well. I serve as caretaker to our ladies, yet never once did I see this coming. I cannot help but think that if I had more power or greater insight, I may have been able to prevent all this. Just as you and Rico are always compared to your grandfathers, I too feel as if I can never live up to what's expected of me. Father Superior, I know you feel defeated, but believe me when I tell you that time really does heal all wounds, even those of the spirit. For now, I would suggest you put all the what-ifs and conjectures from your mind and simply rest. Give yourself that time. Yes, Father Superior, thank you very much. Like an open book, I guess. It's so embarrassing. Well said, Father Superior. What am I even doing here? Oh, I was supposed to go that way. I'm way out of my league. Holding everyone else back. I don't know why I ever thought I could help protect the goddesses when I can't even use magic. Lady Fina would be so ashamed of me. Poor Utica. Ah, Maria, you're back. Fina, what happened? I heard you sent away the knights that came to investigate. Yes, well, there was no need for them anymore. You see, I caught the trespasser myself. Did. Quite a feat, wouldn't you say? Alright, you. There's no need to hide. Come on out and face the music. Oh, it's Unica. Pardon me there. Hi. Well. You're the cutest little trespasser I've ever seen. What's your name? Unica Tova. Tova. Yes, she came here with her grandfather, and apparently got separated from him. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to wander all the way into our little sanctuary. I see. I'm sorry, goddesses. There were knights everywhere. And I just got scared. So Quite alright, Unica. We're glad to have you as our guest. Would you please prepare her some tea? Of course, we must always show hospitality to our guests, especially the little ones. Training with your father. Why ever would such a sweet thing like you choose to train in combat? Can't use magic, so I'll never be able to take over Grandpa's position. My only real talent is that I'm pretty strong like my dad. So I want to become a holy knight and devote myself to serving you two. Well. Unica. Is that a problem? Well, at least if you became a knight, you wouldn't need to sneak in here anymore. It would certainly make it easier for us to meet with our little best friend. And you'd be able to succeed your father too, which is also good. But that's just a bonus. Oh, Ria. Come now, Fina. You're just as excited about it as I am. Of course, it's just a very big step to take, that's all. But spending time with Unica is one of the few things I truly look forward to each day, so I couldn't be happier. Really. I'm so glad you approve. You must promise us, Unica. Promise that you'll follow through with your training and become a holy knight, and that you'll protect us with all your heart. Sir Unica Tova. It has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? I promise, I'll become a holy knight and protect you both. I don't know if I'll ever be as good as Dad, but I'll do my best. Unica Tova, right? Commander, I beg of you, please reconsider your decision, please. I'll do anything I can to help. Asking again is going to change my decision. I can read. There's no guarantee of survival for those going to the surface. Maybe you've only just begun your apprenticeship. Simply not ready. If anything should happen to you in my care, how could I ever face your family again? I just don't think I can take much more of this. Pardon? I know I'm being pushy, and I know I'm being totally unreasonable. My dad and the goddesses all left Solomon's Shrine without a word to anyone. And I'm just tired of being left behind. Well, I suppose we're of like mind then. Commander? It's nothing. Utica. The conditions on the surface are quite extreme, and frankly, quite disturbing. Are you prepared to conduct yourself in a manner befitting a knight, even in the face of horrors unlike any you've seen before? Poor girl. Hey, Unica. Roy. I wanted to talk to you. You got a second? Sure, what is it? Oh. You know how much I hate hot places, right? Yeah? Even just being near lava makes you feel like I'm gonna melt right out of my armor. Now Cecilia, she doesn't even break a sweat. That's a whole other story. Roy, I'm really not... Just hear me out, okay? I figured I'd try to brave those fiery death floors anyway. And while I wasn't there long, I did see something interesting. You'll never guess what. How would I know? Tell me. It was a two-handed greatsword, with a crimson blade, displayed prominently on some kind of altar. Wait, crimson blade? Are you trying to tell me? We've both seen that sword a million times, there's no mistaking it. It was definitely your father's crimson lotus blade. But what would my dad's sword be doing on a pedestal in a tower? I have absolutely no idea. We got called back right after I saw it. I didn't get to examine it in any great detail, but I definitely know what I saw. I was planning on going back there right now to pick it up, but I wasn't really sure how you'd feel about that. Huh? But I'm just an apprentice, how could I? Oh, cut the crap already. Don't be such a drama queen. You made it halfway up the tower with absolutely no backup. And nobody ever said you weren't qualified to be here but you. You need to stop moping and do what you do best. Hit things really hard and stumble your way into success. Hit things and... But I guess if you show up to claim the sword in that funk you're in, you'll sap out all its power anyway. Probably best I just go get it myself. Your father sure wouldn't want to see you like this. Wait. What is it? I thought we were done talking. Be honest, I don't have a whole lot of self-confidence right now. Poor girl. But I still want to be the one who takes my dad's sword. I mean, I'm his daughter. Man, you're easy. I played you like a deck of cards. But I knew you'd come through. Pets. Cut it out. Stop treating me like a kid. Oh, I gotta get back to the search. And in case you're wondering, I already got the okay from Commander Galleon for this. Totally good to go. Thanks. Just be careful. The demons farther up the tower are pretty strong. Let your guard down. I know, jeez. See you later, Unica. He was a bit of a dick. Now he's not that bad. He's just worried about her, so. Am I able to temper? No, I don't have any clear or. Alright. How do I teleport again? Is it the staff? It is the staff, okay. I'm actually almost halfway up now. Right. Even though stories, the campaigns aren't super. There wasn't a way back. This is boss fight area. Oh wait, okay. Hammer just does so much fucking damage. I know the wind is probably safer, especially against maps, but her fox, man. Good old Braver. This is what I meant. There it is. Tova's fire-imbued greatsword. Yes! The best kind of weapon. Take a big ass sword, we light it on fire. I was right. It's the Crimson Lotus Blade for sure. Thought you might come. Huh? Dad? He looks cool. Utica, it's been far too long, and I've missed you so much. Perhaps it is providence of the goddesses that allows me to speak with you now. Dad, is it really you? This isn't just some message or something, is it? No. It is I. I know my passing has caused you much pain and suffering. Oh, she's gonna cry. You're a real jerk, Dad. Why'd you have to run off by yourself? Why didn't you say a word to me or Grandpa? Why'd you have to die? I'm sorry, Unica. I'm sorry. A man named Kishkal challenged me to numerous duels, and after a time, my strength simply left me. But there was no shame in it. He was an opponent worthy of the Holy Knights. My only regret was that I would never see you again. No. I'm a soldier, Unica, warrior of the goddesses, and I did what needed to be done to ensure the safety of us. I just wish I could see what awaits you in the future. If only I could hold you just one last time. Dad, I'm a knight now, you know, just an apprentice though. It brings me great pride to hear that, Unica. Sorry I wasn't there to celebrate your induction. Well, there's not much to celebrate. I lost sight of my goals and wound up fighting the man who killed you. I worked so hard to become a knight so I could protect Ladies Rhea and Fina. I hate what I've become. Oh. You no longer wish to protect the goddesses then? No, that's not what I mean. It's my fault that Lady Fina was captured. It brought shame to the Holy Knights and put all of Ys in danger. I sense two sides in conflict within you. One that's inexperienced, vulnerable, and afraid. And another that seeks to right her wrongs and protect the goddesses at all costs. This conflict proves that you're much stronger than you know, Utica. Just face your weaknesses. Face my weaknesses? You are a descendant of a holy priest, but you cannot use magic. But in spite of it all, you've grown into a fine young lady. Soon realize you're capable of accomplishing anything at all. Dad. Huh? It seems my time is up. No, wait, I still have so much to say. Take my sword, Utica. Despite your doubts, I can see you're a fine heir to the Tova name. I take comfort in knowing that the goddesses, the future of Ys, are safe in your hands. Be well, my dearest. Dad, no. To face my weaknesses. Damn it. Why does everyone always have to lecture me? But he said I should take it, so I guess. Oh yeah. That is a big sword, holy shit. Crimson Lotus Blade. A surge of power burst forth from the artifact. Utica was granted to use the Phoenix Flame skill. Oh shit. Burn a hole through any foe stands their way. Okay. Enormous fireball from the tip of the Crimson Lotus Blade. Utica's fireballs can also serve to negate enemy attacks. Okay, so like the sword itself swings much slower than Unica's standard axe, but counterbalances it, the more power no longer reach. Larger skill to release an enormous bird of fire upon your unsuspecting foes. I'll use it well, Dad. And I'll keep moving forward, no matter what. Nice. I can just equip this? Or just barely really shoot forwards. Oh shit, okay. So. Oh, damn, okay. Dude, fuck yeah. It's not that. Well, no, it is slower. Okay. Still. Damn. Oh, yeah. Ah, okay, so when I have the axe, I can use the hammer on the winds, but the greatsword is its own separate moveset. Cool. Sick. Oh, hell yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Fuck yeah. Nice. Well, now all I need to do is just find a ruby. Sick. Big ass greatsword. Fuck yeah. Okay, still not enough to get a blessing. That's fine. Let's see. Oh, that's right. There's a torch here. It's not lit. Ooh. Very nice. Okay. That's that puzzle. There's one more I wanted to check. There was a red platform back here. Fuck this guy, man. Does it do anything? No. It kind of looks like an eye. Do I have to... Ah, there we go. Pretty cool. There is something standing there, though. Yep. Oh, there's two! Oh. I think I have to sprint. I don't think it's timed, but just in case. Already fucked up. I went the wrong way. Excuse me, pardon me. Sure. I want the hand for that shit. Water food. Nice. Hopefully there's a roo somewhere around here. Story's pretty slick. I like this shit. Good animation cancel into a fireball. Oh shit, I can rapid fire this shit. Nice. Hope to keep that in mind. Nice. See a lot of mana, that's fine. Okay, I think I need to. There we go. And up. Okay, new. Wait, showing. Oh shit. Fireball spam a lot of damage. It's good. Probably not as much burst as the hammer. Real nice use. It looks cool as fuck. Level up. Chest. Topaz. Oh, for my hammer. Bolt crash. Power increased. Get down here. Definitely had a power increase. Okay, this next platform. I made it. Fuck is that? Okay, even the Acer selection will fucking die. Look at the statue. Oh, I can heal if I stand still, that's right. Happy we're playing this again. I'm missing it a bit. Although AI this they can beat it. Up. Wherever it is. Sorry, I can look at monsters. Replicants. What? Okay. Shit. Okay. Let's just follow the blades. Oh, there's a chest. Nice. Ruby! Yes! Okay, now I can charge it. It's very big. Very cool. I like that. I like that a lot. That gives me a lot of dopamine to shoot that shit out. Is this? Is it? There's nothing over here? Fuck. What the fuck, man? Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Ow. Okay, I don't think it... Oh, I don't think it does as much damage as the hammer. Hammer is upgraded twice. I'll fucking die again. I can't heal in here. Shit. Oh, but there's a statue. Great. Excellent. I believe I have enough to get a bless. Oh, hell yeah. Fun effect. You know, I've been playing this entire time, and I've really used my boost. What the fuck is wrong with me, man? I'm an idiot. Devil's Corridor. Oh no. What's happening? Poison. What's that? That horrible noise, like it was boring into my head. Is that another trap set by the enemy? I may need to consult someone else on this one. Good idea. Let's make a phone call here. There goes the search. Well, actually, Mika described a large inner spire with the sickening music. Yes, the sorcerers mentioned something about that corridor earlier. Apparently wind is being pulled from outside, magically altered in some sort of deadly music, for lack of a better term. Wind? So what do I do? Well, if you can figure out exactly how the delivery mechanism for the sound works, maybe you can shut it off. But that seems like it might take some time, and time is not a luxury we have right now. Maybe you could try counting with a different kind of sound? Different how? Well, the sound is being generated physically, but the effect is clearly magical. Some sort of pure holy music might be the trick. Pure holy music? I'll keep looking into it, see if I can figure anything out. I'm a musician. How am I supposed to come up with something pure and holy? I guess there was that one song Lady Fina would always play for me. And then Lady Rhea would join in on her harmonica. I have that harmonica now. Oh. Wonder what that means. I don't want to play. She's almost there. She's got the idea. It's no use. I need to remember the song that Lady Rhea played for me. I guess for now all I can do is soldier through the corridor as fast as possible, hope to find some sort of exit along the way. There's always the crystal things start to get rough. Alright, let's heal up first. I'm gonna try. I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying real fast. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Okay. Oh, and there's a Rue here. Very nice. Let's heal up really fast. Okay. Rue. Ooba dooba doo. Dubba dub. Dub? Luckily, I better run it for. Just can't get out of here because of that noise, huh? Run it for. The dubba dub. Dooba dooba doo. Bubba bub. The dub. Oh, he knows the song. Lady Rhea and Lady Fina used to play it for me. How do you know it? Dubba dub. Dub. I have no idea what you just said, but thank you so much, little fella. It was beautiful. Dubba dub. Okay. I guess now would be the time to try playing Lady Fina's song. Hell yeah. Done. And that stopped the poison. Yes. Horrible noise, it's gone. Time to get a move on. Yes. All night. That's awesome. Oh, fuck. Yes. Big ass cutscene. This sword, this spell on this sword fucks, dude. A little more and open this demon door. Oh god. And continue. Is that up here? Okay, that definitely keeps going up, though. Did I get healed up there? Oh. There he goes. This area is a little... No, okay, it's not... Just making sure. Ooh, jump pads. There goes. Yes. Efforts. Spirit Cape. Oh, is that Easter? What is that? Looking at this, choose mind graduate. Okay. It is. Shit. Things are annoying. I like the fire. Fireball's worse. God, okay. And I killed myself there. Chests. Fuck, I missed it. God damn it. What the fuck? Okay. One time. Fine. The guards. For some defense gets extreme heat. Oh, I can lava walk. Nice. Cool. Just wanted to piss him off. Nothing that way. Sorry. Okay. This also goes outside. Okay. So I am missing an area. Previous. That might. Let's go this way first. New area. Really long way too. Holy shit, okay. This guy's glowing. Which means he's hiding something. He's in a bit of a labyrinth. Found something. Oh, a chest. There's this chest have a cutscene. Now it's guarded by demons. Alright then. The torches have gone out. Here. Leathery. And more. Alright then. Go find those torches. Maybe not that way. I don't know if it's all in the same area or... Oh, jeez, this guy's respawned. Just get past here. It's one. These guys are very big and fast. This great sword is nice. Oh! Fights against them. Took out a third of my ammo block. There we go. Jeez. Next area. Let's go this way. Is there one here? I think there was one here. Another chest here somewhere. And I realize now, I don't think those guys go red because they're hiding the demon door or anything like that. Seems like they have an enrage mechanic. That's a circle. That's right. The circle is. Let's go past them. These guys are writing something. But first, I'm dead. Oh, it's Monster at the beginning. Okay. Where's my... Okay, I've got the cape equipped. I get some healing. Some regen. Switch to the hammer. These guys, they don't get stunned very well. Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking die. Really? I don't heal while I'm charging my magic. Let's get a little... drag. Alright. Oh, nice. This thing knocks back so much. It's amazing. Well, I think I am not going the right direction. That's fine. I'm gonna get you. Nice. What I assume I need a key. Okay. I'm gonna save and kick it back here. You're back. have. Here. Some more defenseless boots. Increase effects of herbs, huh? Expand status duration. Maybe I'll take that. I don't know how good it is, but any buff. Better than none. Okay, so we need a key. My assumption is that the key is in that chest. First chest, so... Chill. Hauling ass this way. That's right, there's torches that became unlit. Oh, I can get up there, okay. Invisible walls, man. Okay, so there was a walkway that I did not go to. Which my assumption is I should get back to it. Okay, so it's... Oh no. Okay. They had those boots. It's not the way to go. Where's this way? What's this? Oh! Okay. Then that means, I went the wrong way, so let's teleport back to base. Upgrade my weapon. Level 4. Plus 50 strength. Nice. This guy any... The ruse is turning into demons. Oh no. Let's head back. With a stronger weapon, that I can raise my way through things a bit easier. Oh, okay, so I'm missing 2 keys. There's no paths. This is gonna scare me with something. I might need to try my mask. See if there's any secrets. Clear out this area first. I can make that jump. Oh, I can! Okay, nice. But less. Shit ton more damage. That upgrade. Nice. Go this way first. That was one of the keys. No? It was. That was the final key. Okay. The curse is uplifted. Oh, I have to all the way back. Instruct medallion. Okay, so that gave me back the gave me back. Yeah, I need to get progress, but I want to see what else is. Yes. Nice. Okay, cool. I have something to heal up. I can run back. Okay, it seems that is the end of the area, so let's continue. Almost 23 already. Alright, what even is in here? Who was in the mine in these two? Was it the head? The head with the big thing that came out of its mouth. Nasty. Failure. These are all favorites. What's the bosses? I Tilger. I remember him. Darkly. What was it, Darkly? Oh, other. Construct chamber. Maybe I should save. Did I might have already saved, but I'm one of those players that saves a lot. Alright. Let's see what's here. Wow, okay. Is it that fucking head? Oh. That's no head. Oh. He is very big. No, that's him. I don't recognize that fuck anywhere. Baldy? Oh. Okay, I gotta jump to dodge. Okay. His hand fell off. Okay. What the fuck is that? Oh. Goodness. Okay. Alright. Okay, I can't hit him. He has to actually have his hands up. What the fuck is that? Okay, both his hands are gone. Now what? Head? The crystal. Oh, that hurt. My hammer is definitely gonna fuck him up the best. Why does that hit me? Apparently it's not a jump. Woo. That's a good one. Oh, goodness, okay. I'm probably gonna die. What? One hand. Here comes the rain. He is really tanky. Okay. Get him, get him. What is that hitting me? Okay, sprinting doesn't do shit for that stuff. Yeah, his right hand specifically is hitting me. I'm not sure why. Maybe I have to dash. Real inconsistent dodging. Ow. Okay, I'm just fucking this up. I'm just gonna yeah. Once more. Good to see that. Good to see the wind spell. Not so useless. It's effectively going to be my dodge. still fucking it up. Okay. I understand now. Now it's just, okay. Alright. It's gonna be like that now. Oh, he still hit. That's it, that hit me. Okay. My timing is off. My dodge. Jeez. Okay. I'm just gonna restart. One second. One hands. Nice. Okay, I'm starting to get it. That shit fucked me up though. Nice, nice, okay. Nice and calm. It's one hand. Here comes the rain. Okay, I'm not doing so hot, but I'm not out of it yet. That really hurt. Oh, Jesus. The fire's gonna kill me next time we do that. God, let's just restart. Okay, we're doing good, doing good. But fast, I can actually hit him. Rain. That hurts a lot. Okay, that's one hand. Here comes the rain. Bit. Okay. So there's actually points where I need to turn around the rain. It's close. It's fun. Okay, watch the rain. Okay, nice. That was good. Okay. It's nice and easy. Hit, I missed. Oh. One hand. Nice, nice. Here comes the rain. Oh, trying to trick me, okay. Bit. Hey, rain, man. Other hand down. Okay, this is the best run so far. Oh, okay, we're really getting hard now. Okay, that came out really wrong. What is he doing? Okay. Seriously? Okay. Fucker. Okay, this is the filter boss. This is the boss that is actually pretty fucking difficult. With help, I switched to I'm playing on hard mode. And now I'm getting my proper challenge, and I saw it. I'm just gonna start. These boots are actually really strong. Fortunately, I already fucked up my run. More. Didn't even get it that time. Okay. At least he doesn't attack during the rain. That would make it even more fucking. rain. Sucks. Shit, music rings around his head. Okay. It's not over. Great sword is a shit ton of damage though. Hand down. Where it gets really fucking hard. I'm almost about to die. That's good. Oh no. Okay. Patience. Get cocky. Get overzealous. Get him. Nice. Give me another hand down. Sucks I couldn't get that last hand. Oh, this is... He doesn't even have a hand he's doing it. Okay. I got this. Really only breeds confidence. Couldn't get his hand. That's fine. I did not even think I did. Bucks. You know what? Let's restart. Let's restart. Let's try that again. Okay, one hand down before his ring, which is good. He fucked that up. taking hits. Right. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. Okay, that's one hand. Okay, patience, patience, patience. Come on, punch me. Nice. Jeez, okay, those things need to die. This run's probably already dead. Take a lot of damage. That's right, the fucking hammer. Oh my god, okay. Hammer can parry. I fucking forgot. Shit. Okay, let's try this again. Nice. Come on, watch me. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. It's gonna make this a lot easier than I remembered that. Okay. Fuck. Shit. I need to spin that. Oh, I forgot he does that though. Nice. There we go. Okay. Rain. Oh, Jesus, okay. Nice. Perfect guard. God, no. Okay. All right. Parry makes all the difference. Okay. No, I didn't need to take that. Let's start over. Okay. We're gonna dodge this. Did I not dodge? What the fuck? Okay, let's... Okay, it said it. I mean, only meant projectiles. I could have sworn it said the bird blocks attacks, but I guess not. It's fine. Let's just use the dodge initially. Okay. What am I doing? Fuck. It's like bugging out on him. Okay. I think this might be the one. Nice, nice. Nice, nice. Very good. Cool. That's right. Jesus. Can't jump. What the fuck? Okay. No. That would have been cool. Bullshit. Let's try this again. Considering. Okay. How did it stand? He's just standing there. I'll get it up there. That's the halfway point. And I'm up HP, which is good. I'm no longer up HP, but whatever. Lava's deadly. Not the rain. This is gonna cost me. Jesus. Final phase. hit me! Oh no! What the fuck? Rain? Fuck this up. It up. Already. Okay, let's see. You're one of those bosses, huh? It's taking me this long before. Dark Fact. Fact took me a good 30, 40 minutes to get. Cannot hit his hand when he's just standing there. Good to know. Took a hit. That hit me? What the fuck? Well, sometimes I can bury his head, sometimes I can't. Bullshit. I really suck at this game. One hand. Come on. Why take damage from it? Okay, let's restart. Okay. Punch me. Nice, okay. Nice, okay. Okay. Nice. So yeah, it's one hand down. I think there's just something I don't know what it is though. It's kind of fucking annoying though. It's not the lava. Maybe it's the minions. Jesus, no, 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 no. That, it was wrong. It is, when they bounce, they do a little... I need something to deal with them. Maybe the great sword. Just go. Crap. Come away with the great sword. Okay, I think I've got this. Nice, nice. Okay. This, okay, I think I understand. Ring? Oh no, he's going for the... Look at the bite. Okay, it's the great sword. I had to make more use of it. Jeez. Okay. Simple. Pardon me for being kind of quiet. I'm trying to concentrate. Please, okay. That was a big screw up, but whatever. More rain, okay. The rain. The rain fucked me up quite a bit. Flex them, whatever. Oh, lava. He's not gonna do the minions, he's gonna do this. Okay. That sucked. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're still in. Misread him again. That could cost me. Yes. okay? We're cutting it close. Yeah. Might have cost me a lot. Might cost me the run. Okay, that's the killer. Kill swipe. Okay. Didn't misread that one. Bit, and I didn't get his hand either. Oh, shit. Motherfucker. Oh man, I was right there too. That sucks. Motherfucker. Dick. Fucking annoying in these two, and you're fucking annoying now. Rick. Doing perfect so far. Yes. Okay, the bite. Bite of 86. And my summons. Kill him. Bites. Okay. Perfect run so far. Nice, okay. Bites, bites. Ready for the minions. Back away. Another bite. Okay. She's already almost dead. Okay, I've got this. No, I understand now. I got it. I got it. Fine. Oh shit. Not like I already did that in this phase. Okay, okay. You're perfect. Fuck. Oh. At least I'm alive. Damn, I am. Marty. I'm throwing hard. One more hit on his head. Sucks. More. Still in the swipe. Okay. Now you're dead. Easy. So easy. I said like 30 minutes later. This guy. Minus. Right. Save Christmas. Silent Sands. Haven't seen Lady Rhea. I didn't get shit for SP, but that's fine. This reminds me of the... Oh, goodness. Range slime, that's good. This reminds me of the, Xanadu Next final dungeon. What the fuck is that? Okay. Just recovering from the last boss there. Like, truly. I'm really tanky here. I was in a labyrinth before. Oh my goodness. There's nothing up here. That's good. Good to know. Most definitely gonna die here. Shh. Go. Ah. Let's just run through. These goddamn wizards. Oh, he's got homing fireballs too. This. All right. It's not the soundtrack is cool. It's a nice soundtrack to die to. Let's start past this. I would love another Clearia ore. $5,000 SP. Oh, that's okay. That's sizable. That's sizable. But not much to spend it on. Oh God. Okay. All right. What's this? Marble key. It's incredible. Can I escape with it alive? What? Fuck. let's try another pack. That's what a marble key is. What the fuck is that? Ants? The corpses just stay there. I don't think they die. What the fuck? Okay. Demon door somewhere. Oh, I can't leave. What is this shit? Alright. I'm not taking damage, which is the main thing. These ants. Okay. Oh god, okay. Hope Hugo has an easier time with this shit in his campaign. It's not the fucking quicksand, it's the fucking slime. Oh! Oh god, okay. Great. Okay, let's bring it down. Look at these bastards. It's war. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Okay. Breather? They just resurrect? Is that their thing? It's all parts of the demon door. God, wizards. Not good. Not good at all. Oh my god. This shit. There's so much happening. Okay. It's gonna be a bullet hell. There we go. Jeez, okay. Maybe I should just leave. I need the XP. I need the level. Oh my god. Fucking die. Okay, let's take a second. Take a second to recuperate. Okay, probably in here soon. I think, or tonight. Oh my good god, man. They do so much damage. Hope I didn't miss an armor. Might have. No. Heal up. Could use the Panacea, but I'd rather not, if I can help it. Okay. No reason to fight these guys 1v1, so just gonna spam magic. Damn. Nice, nice. Key goes, okay. Oh boy. And there's wizards. These goddamn wizards. Door. Exit, I'm assuming that goes back to the lobby. Another road of fruit, okay. But when I find the room. Excellent. Okay, there's 5,000 SP and a key. This way. Up. Cross. I realize I'm losing a lot of XP doing this, but there's the SP. And down here, there's another chest with the key. Here's the key. Okay. This game is brutal. I love it. Let's see if there's anything up here. It doesn't look like it, so I'm getting the fuck out of here. Jesus. SP gain, item drop. Status, herbs. Just recovery. Nothing really to spend on. At this point, anyway. What level am I? I'm 4. Get some XP here. He just exploded into more slimes. Okay. So many wizards. So many. So many. Fucker. Which is good. Oh, I gotta all the way around. Okay. Alright. H3. I'm just ignoring this shit. This doesn't. Really, that stuff doesn't help. Because it's all immortal. I checked that right, huh? Shit, okay. No. Up. Way up. Okay. I see the road though. Yeah, okay. Wizards. I'm surrounded by wizards. Goddamn wizards. Right. Any shit fucking kills me. You're helping. Oh god. Yes. And they linger. Oh, and they... Okay. Chest. What is in this chest? Gold bracelet. That. Double jump. Yes. Excellent. I want to see if there's a fucking... I was gonna say a branch. I'm gonna see if there's a, Ruby! Oh, I might be dead because of that. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Alright. We're good. We're good. We're good. Nice. You tried. Damn. Rue, hopefully he can give me an upgrade. Abadabab. 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 Butterfruit. Abadabab. Elfin boots. What's that? Dabba-dab. Also resist the pull of quicksand. Oh, nice. Double jump is so nice. Nika. Rhea. Lady Rhea. Lady Rhea. Thank goodness. I was so worried about you. I'm very surprised to see you. I just realized I was darkened out the entire time. What in the world are you doing in a place like this? Look how you've grown. You have the eyes of a woman now. No longer a little trespasser, it would seem. You really think so? But never mind that. Lady Rhea, I have a lot to discuss with you, but this is not the place to do it. It is dangerous here. How about we head back to the tower base? Father Superior is waiting there for you, and everyone else has been worried sick too. I'm sure they'd be thrilled to see that you're alright. Lady Rhea? Shh. We're surrounded. Demons. They're coming for us. Get behind me, Unica. No, you get behind me. I'll protect you, Lady Rhea. Unica. This upgrade is great. Yes. Lady Rhea, are you okay? Fucking come back. Stay where you are, Unica. Oh, fucking dead. Nice. There we go. That was awesome. I could say the same about you. I'm truly amazed at how strong you've become. Well, I'm still just an apprentice, but I am technically part of the Holy Knights now. Is that so? How delightful. My little Unica is growing up so fast. I knew that some of you had returned to the surface in search of us, but never did I expect you to be among them. Well, I'm not sure I should be here, honestly. I mean, because of me, Lady Fina was, she's been captured. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. No, Unica, there's no reason for you to apologize. If anything, we should be the ones apologizing to you. Fina acted as a decoy to help keep the enemy off my trail. Keep the Black Pearl from falling into their hands. You just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and got caught up in the aftermath of these actions. Part of the reason we left Solomon's Shrine without telling anyone, in fact, was so that none of you would get involved in this. But it seems we underestimated how quickly you would spring into action. I'm truly sorry for the trouble we've caused. Oh, please don't apologize, Lady Rhea. It's okay. You would have done the same for any of us. Oh, I have something for you, I have something for you. Lady Fina asked me to hold on to it. And it's silver harmonica, right? Her favorite. Her instrument. She found it. Thank you, Unica. I believe Fina is being held in Rado's Annex, which is connected to one of the upper floors by a suspended bridge, right? That little tower thing. East 2. It's a smaller tower with no foundation, hanging impossibly in the sky. You have seen it from the outside. I sense it's a dreadful place, but I do believe Lady Fina is safe within it, for now at least. If anything were to happen to her, I would know. I'm glad to hear she's safe at least. So I guess there must be something big going on, right? It would have to be, for you to sneak back to the surface, and to bring the Black Pearl with you, no less. Grandpa and the other priests are really in a panic when they couldn't find you. Lady Rhea? I wish I could explain everything to you, Unica, but there's simply no time for that. I must get to the Towers summit at once. Getting tired here. What? Well, can you at least see the commander and Cecilia first? They're probably not far from here by now. I'm sorry, I have to go. But I'll leave this with you. Your chimes. Isn't this what you just used on those? It is. Consider it an exchange. A new good luck charm. Take the place of that silver harmonica you brought me. It's a set of chimes that grants eternal slumber to the poor souls from whom such luxury has so long been denied. May it keep you safe on your journey back home. Oh wait. I may be an apprentice, but I'm still a knight. Which means I took an oath to protect the goddesses, to protect you. I can't just sit back and let you go to the tower somewhere all by yourself, knowing the risks. Even if you won't wait for someone else, at least take me with you. Unica, you truly have matured. But this is a task that Fina and I must accomplish alone. I'm sorry. I know I must be coming across as selfish right now. Reckless, perhaps, but this is how it has to be. Please stay safe, Unica. I don't want anything to happen to you in here. There you go. Something's definitely not right. Lady Rhea had a really sad look in her eyes. Mournful, even. There's a lot more going on here than we know, and I don't have the slightest idea how to help. I guess she did say Lady Fina was being held in that Rado's Annex place, though. So that's something. See if I can find it. Are these chimes? Interesting. Well, let's find it. This is safe. Oh god, this bug is fucking hurt just by touching me. Okay. Jeez. Yeah, I want to actually use the chimes, I just have to hold them. That's nice. Oh, it's fucking dead. Excuse me. Pardon me. Come my way. Let's find something I can feel at. Fuck. It's bugs. It's little bugs. Destroy me. Oh, jeez. They're actually kind of scary. Oh. Shits. God, okay. Let's just run past this. I would like a safe spot. Really? Okay. Why do they do so much damage? Oh my god. Okay. Just skip all this. Please. I'm already half dead, just from running through bugs. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. No box. No more box, please. I just want to save spot, that's all I want. To fucking die. I want to drink one of those right now. Those increase your max HP. I entirely forgot about that effect. I wonder I'm having such a hard fucking time. I'm nerfed. See, I was confused because in these two, in these one, those things just heal you to full, give you like mana back. Okay, alright. I'm gonna drink those real fast. I thought those increased max HP. My HP stuck at 204. I think it's not right. God. Alright. Okay. Okay. These bugs, man. Crazy. Oh my god! How is that fair? Look, they're fucking chucking me. You just walk into me and I'm down 100 HP. I'm gonna die. Fucking die. Bugs. No box, no, please. God. These are insane. Okay. Once more. Oh, they would increase your HP by like 2. Alright. Completely worthless against these bugs. No, I just... Look. 22 damage from that fucking bug. He touched me. He touched me once. Alright. God. Really? He just ignored my wind? He just ran into my wind and didn't take any damage. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Oh goodness, okay. And these bugs are something else. I just underleveled. Must be. I have missed some armor too. God. Oh my god! Bugs. So much. Okay, there's a level up. Where are those bugs? Sorry. Oh god. Okay, alright. Alright. Nope. This guy here. Really? Okay. Okay. I'm just getting rocked in here. Okay, that bug is gonna kill me. Clearly, I'm under leveled or something, so. This will be the final try. My chimes are equipped. Probably upgrade those boots. Not sure how much of a difference it'll make, but I'm gonna go find out how much of a difference it makes. That one beetle, that one scarab. I got her corner in my HP. Nope, not mine. So what I'll have to do is might actually be at a point where I need to grind a bit. Really? Interesting. Let's see if it- it's still okay. Do. What is she doing? We can't talk right now. She's attempting a bit of magic maintenance with the Lilac Shell. Your town is report to the 6th priest in the current state. It seems the noxious gases are interfering with their communications. That's all I want to do. Let's teleport back. Get a hint here. As I would like some sleep to begin my long weekend. Right. Okay, log is done. An AI limit ends. Slaughtered the Hunters Guild. And into the Hunter's Guild. We have seen Lena and Lady in East Origins. Just to kill them. Big head monster. At least 2. It's more. They're very fun. Now, it is time to rest. Rest a bit. So, don't think I'll be streaming this weekend. It could change though. In case. Watching? It's just live or you're watching a VOD? I got some new followers recently, which is very nice. So let me give them a quick shout out. There we are. Yes, thank you to Zarksic for the follow, as well as Ali. Really, your I know who this is. Your Twitch name is Ali Handjob. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck, man? Thank you for the follow. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be it tonight. So, you may be a good morning, a good evening, a good night. Thank you for watching. As usual, Wanderers, take care.